putting young people who tested positive for COVID into old folks' homes.
Yeah, that was not a worker. I originally thought that was somebody who worked there who was pissed off eating. Nope, that was somebody put in his room.
And that old man went on to die, to kill himself.
Months later, yeah.
Start himself. So after the time of the arrest, that man, Jaden, his father did come out. And to his father's credit, he even said that his son had mental problems. He said, it should have never happened because he should have never been put in that environment. I just don't want people to think that he's this vicious individual. He's got mental issues. Well, look, he does have mental issues, and he's a vicious individual. And the guy, the old man, died 2 months after the beating.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. What happened is, after the... well, he was arrested in April. He was just found, this is the quote, incompetent to go to trial because he was diagnosed with autism and schizophrenia. So that's it.
Yeah. So just back on the street, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
He's back out.
that's
That's the best place for him.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
so wait a minute.
Yeah.
So he has schizophrenia.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just like, yeah, put it back on the street.
Yeah. Well, he's incompetent to go through a trial.
Can we?
It's like, well, so he's competent for society?
Right.
It's like,
Yes.
he can't just say the words not guilty in a plea because he's so out of his mind. Let's send him back out in the street.
No. He's going to be a poll worker.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's going to make sure the election.
He's going to be the 2001st mule.
Yes, he's doing security at an old folks home in Florida.
Right. So this is, again, like I've talked about it, because Whitmer decided this is when young people with COVID were sent into nursing homes. You know, people talk about how it spread like wildfire through nursing homes, and I understand that because old people were more susceptible. We get it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the only thing that was happening. They were sending young people with COVID saying, where do we put them? Nursing home. And by the way, this is something that we did a rally where some media tried to claim it was like some kind of a supremacy rally, or they tried to claim that they were terrorists. Then they tried to say, actually, it was nothing. There were only 300 people, and there were thousands of people on the state lawn. And you can still, by the way, send your FOIA request to Governor Whitmer at liveocredit.com/Whitmer death toll. She's never released the actual numbers. We know that it's much, much higher than what she's been.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a lot of people died of COVID and blows to the head. So in fairness, it wasn't all COVID.
It wasn't all COVID. Yeah.
Well,
not even kidding.
Sending COVID patients back into a nursing home was a bad enough idea. Obviously, it happened in New York. It happened in Michigan. It happened other places too. But sending a young person into it's like, these are the most vulnerable people, both for violence and for something like COVID. What the hell?
We had been saying from the beginning, you need to protect the vulnerable, namely the elderly, the immune compromised, and then let it run its course in society, not lock everyone else down. They did the exact opposite. And I want to really be clear about something I talked about with Nancy Pelosi. People use the lazy argument, oh, you're a hypocrite. Oh, Governor Whitmer's a hypocrite. Nancy, it's not that they're hypocrites. Everyone is. If you have any kind of standards, you're a hypocrite. Okay, I'm a hypocrite. Gerald's a hypocrite. Dave's a hypocrite. Everyone here is a hypocrite. It's not that someone is hypocritical. It's when they are demanding rules of you that they don't believe. So Governor Whitmer, the small action, I'll tell you that was true, is when she locked down the state and she was out with 12 people in a pizza parlor with no mask on. That told me not that she was a hypocrite, but that she wasn't actually scared of COVID. What she was saying, we need to lock down the economy because we need to protect people, and sending young people with COVID into old folks' homes. It's not that she's hypocritical, it's that she doesn't actually care about saving people. She doesn't buy what she's selling you. That's the issue. And that's what is destroying our country right now.
It's not that she doesn't care about saving people. She's an accomplice to murder at that point.
Yep.
In my opinion.
Well,
and she has her husband calling places and saying, I'd like to get my boat in the water. Yeah, that's okay. And then he's like, what if I'm this husband? He's like, well, then I would tell you you're never allowed to put your boat in the water on my dock.
I would like to apologize for your boat burning tomorrow.
Yeah. But,
oh, you never want the glass bottom boat. No. Oh, sorry. It's just a hole.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. These are people who they use power. That's not hypocrisy.
Right.
You know what happens to you, Dave, if you're negligent and it leads to the death of somebody else?
Oh, you go to prison.
Potentially you're in jail, right? So,
as you should.
Governor Whitmer, you were pretty negligent here. This wasn't like far-off stuff that you had to go, oh, man, what in my crystal ball should I do with people who have COVID that are 27 years old that have mental problems?
Yeah.
We could have figured that out pretty easily, right? That's not negligence?
Well, two things. First off, admonish Gerald, hit that admonish button, because Whitmer does not use a crystal ball. She used mirror on the ball. We want to make sure we get that right. Also, the guy who we just showed you, the Marine who rigged his Amazon package, he does that in the wrong state. He's the one arrested.
well.
You have people like this criminal back on the streets. You have repeat violent offenders back on the streets. And then people who protect their own house and home are the ones who are arrested. Keep in mind, this is the same party that wants to vilify you for having a gun in your house to protect yourself. It's the inconsistency the inconsistency of their policies consistently leads to the death of more law-abiding citizens, to the harm of more law-abiding citizens.
Citizens, yes.
My neck thing is messing up my habit.
Do you have a stroke?
I ate a bunch of acidic food, and you get like one of those bumps in your tongue.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there trying to talk like this.
You know what could make that Marine Corps thing better? Like that he could like do a glitter bomb as well. Like just to rub it in like
Just
glitter
spark.
all over it.
I shit myself, and I look gay.
Why'd you put the glitter in there?
It's called Abalite.
Yeah. Oh no, I shit myself, and I look gay. This is almost like a gay movie. Starts playing over the speakers, the gay mating, all this chairs.
He also was his mouth was glued.
Oh no.
Can I use your water hose?
He says to outrun a bunch of gay guys that 28 dicks later. Ah, Help! Man, I'm coming to glitter. They're playing share. I'm being chased.
What was in that package? Astroglide.
Oh, no.
Why did you buy ball gags? I knew it was coming.
All right.
But yeah, that's we need more violent schizophrenics on the streets of Detroit. I've always said that.
Well, we're reaching that point where a lot of people on crime era, and then you had these heroes in film, like Charles Bronson, right? Death Wish, where the vigilante genre was something that was cathartic for Americans because they felt helpless, and you saw that in New York City with Bernie Goetz.
Yeah.
I think there's a big disconnect with the Democratic Party, and again, law-abiding citizens who are seeing their neighborhoods being destroyed and feel as though they're helpless, and they're seeing policies coming down the pike, like disarming them, like more catch and release, like basically some kind of subsidy that all leads up to encourage people to not work with not a productive law-abiding society. And there's a real disconnect between the elites who are not affected and you. And that's why you have to rig your porch with, a glitter bomb.
And then you see politicians actively stoking this violence, like going out and participating in these protests that burn down cities, saying that we'll have to be in the streets, like right before George Floyd's verdict was read, like, it doesn't come back the right way, we're burning it down, basically. Like that. It's not you're not protected. They're actively encouraging the thing that is costing you and your community.
Right.
Every single
And you're being told that it's virtuous by the people that are supposed to protect you.
Right.
Who create the laws.
Who do you think would get more trouble? The people protesting, let's say, at Brett Kavanaugh's house. I know they're on public property, but let's say that they went up to the porch and they get, hit with like an Acme spring. Boom! That's back to the Capitol. Of course, it would be a national story about how Kavanaugh would be in trouble.
Yeah, of course.
He was accused of gang rape, which we know is we know for this is not. It's not up for debate. There's no conversation about it. It has been proven verifiably that there was no gang rape that had ever taken place. But you still have some people who believe it.
Oh, of course.
All right. Here's a story that just happened, which is, I guess, somewhat believable. But
Somewhat.
I don't know.
It's a real story.
A 3-month-old giraffe was successfully rehabilitated with an orthotic leg brace treatment.
Oh,
I got the picture right there.
There's the Donjoy brace.
I don't agree with you guys on this one.
I think it's very exciting.
If you're a giraffe and your legs don't work,
What do you do?
your ticket's been punched. What's going to come in next with a neck brace? I mean, come on. It's like you only have two things: long legs and a neck.
What do you drop him in the Serengeti and just let nature take its course?
Yes. If nature's kind, they'll take him in as one of their own, but nature isn't. It's a cruel place.
So they'll eat him.
But humans can be kind, and they built legs.
Yeah, exactly.
Braces. All you do is stand tall, and you can't even do that.
Actually, he was born with legs. They were blown off trying to steal an Amazon package.
Well, Jeffrey's fallen under hard time. Toys R Us.
Toys R Us business when it went down in its wake.
Don't get me started on their rival gang, the KVs. Now, in sad animal news, actually, Spider, the chupacabra, was decapitated in a gangland attack at the Bronx Zoo.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, man, poor guy.
Yeah. Who runs? By the way, who runs the Bronx Zoo cartel?
I believe it's El Chimpo.
Oh, jeez.
I hear drugs are grade 8.
Gee, terrible.
I don't apologize for it, but to the chupacabra, you were taken from us too young. We are sorry. Much love. think we made our point.
It's a property.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, speaking of points, this is a commercial for my Patriot Supply. Go to prepwithcrowder.com. You get $150 off on a 3-month emergency food supply. Here's the thing, I've worked with them before in the past, the prepwithcrowder.com, it's Patriot Supply. Guys, can you send me some more of the oatmeal? I've asked you for it, and I don't know what interns you have working there, but it's like the thing where you guys are just pissing me off, refusing to send the oatmeal. It's better than the oatmeal you get at the store.
Withholding oatmeal.
They're withholding oatmeal. So I love
and pudding.
And pudding.
You like the pudding.
So love the sponsor, prepwithcrowder.com. You get $150 off, but I don't like that they have not sent me more oatmeal.
Buckets of oatmeal.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, you don't need to be a doomsday theorist. I mean, just look at the guy stealing Amazon packages. Look at that guy right now. He just was let out. He was beating up an old dude. This is where we are in this country at this point. I lived through the ice storm in Montreal. You just need to have a supply of food, and you need to have some water, some way to heat it. People used to say that we were conspiracy theorists if you're like, you need bread. Yeah, I'm not talking about, Red Dawn. I'm just talking about making sure that I don't starve.
The original Red Dawn, not the remake.
Yeah.
Right. No, but what about just supply chain issues? We've seen it with name the product.
Yeah.
And it's happened.
Unfortunately, there's no baby formula in here.
Well, you can't eat the chupacabras head.
Right.
That's going to go.
You can. It's just a newie. It's kind of gamey.
So fast.
Yeah. All right. Hey, this is another segment that we're going to hit here because he's more passionate about it. It's time for Gerald to take the reins. He knows things.
Is that the best we can do, really?
Yeah, it is. Yes, we're going to keep that stinging. So, Gerald, you want to educate our audience?
I will. Right. So this Black Lives Matter stuff.
And by the way, you guys can all comment. We'll take your chats on how well you think Gerald's doing.
Oh, go ahead. You're just going to drink a 40 while I talk about it?
Is there a sponsor brought to you by a bum that bought you a drink in the 90s?
Yes.
Can you at least get a brown paper
Newest
bag?
sponsor. Bum piss.
Thank you. Well, recently there was some tax filings that revealed some really interesting ways to spend money for the charity that was set up for Black Lives Matter. And they had $90 million in donations received in 2020 alone. And I think it'll be interesting for people to see how they spend it. So we had
$90 million.
$90 million.
For BLM?
Yeah. Some people say that's a lot of money. So
I believe they say that's a lot.
That's fair. $1.8 million to companies owned by the founder's relatives. So here's and I'm going to say paid. Patrice Couilleur's brother, Paul, was paid $840,000 for security services. $840,000.
Gotta keep my ass safe.
Right? Damon
Don't want to poop.
Patrice's baby daddy was paid $970,000 get this to help produce live events and creative services because that's detailed enough for us to understand that this is totally legitimate.
I am a creative, serving person.
By the way, I need you to understand something too. Did you hear those dollar amounts that I just gave out?
Yes.
And I told you that these donations were in 2020. This is when they got the money. So this is 2022, the beginning. This is over a very short period of time that they were paid this much money. I don't think that you could pay the highest charging company that promotes events that much money in that short of a period of time.
He made banners.
You could if it was unmarked 20s.
I don't think that that's true too.
No, this is important for people to know. It's entirely been a scam from the beginning.
It is absolutely insane. We talked about the homes that she purchased in another story we had done quite a while back.
Yeah.
But now we're looking at the money that she just basically gave away to relatives.
We just put her in a home.
Be like, yeah, creative services. What did you do?
I know one that would be really good for her.
I came up with like paintings of BLM. Oh, good. This is fun. You and Hunter Biden can go on a painting tour, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. So another asset that they have is actually stock. So they had $42 million in other assets, $6 million in a compound investment for Studio City. It's a house basically that she lives in, saying no. It's going to be for black artists and people to come in.
Yeah.
And then $32 million in stocks. Now here's why they have.
That's how I produce my mixtapes.
They have the stocks to make sure that they can continue to provide for future generations of BLM activists to have money in the charity. Like, what if you buy the wrong stocks? Like, what if the market's going down right now? How's that $32 million doing?
Well, how she didn't know it was a battered scam artist shelter.
It was all GameStop at its highest point.
Yeah. No,
Exactly right.
she hedged with AMC.
No. But they're mostly in Doge. Yeah. So they love the the dogs.
A lot of Bitcoin.
It was a bad idea. But hold on. Here's the silver lining. Tuesday they came out on their website and they launched the Transparency Center. Oh wow. Maybe a little too late on here. You want to read the quote? Yeah, right. No, but read the quote in a good voice. Give me a voice.
Yeah, you mean something that might sound like Black Lives Matter?
Or like Morgan Freeman.
Or Al Sharpton. I don't know. You take your pick.
I'd almost do Morgan Freeman, make it more gentlemanly.
There you go.
I can do the black people, white person voice, so I don't get in trouble.
Okay, that's fine.
The misinformation from the right wing about our finances is very much about what happens when black people are financially autonomous from white supremacists. There is a long-standing legacy of mistrust and doubt about how black people spend their money. Don't know why people sound like that, bitch!
So your truth center, right, to make sure that everybody knows that you're being transparent and honest, is basically saying white people are racist and like to tell black people how to spend their money. Okay, let's just take this away. Anybody who pays relatives to do those things for them, security services, and the guy gets almost $1 million, the other person sets up events for you and does creative services and gets dollars than the other person you were paying, yes, people are going to do that. It's called being a business. You're a charity, which means you have to tell your donors how you spend your money, and they get to say whether they like that or not. Yeah. Sorry. Real world.
It's just apply the same kind of outrage you did to Joel Osteen or Haggard and that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. Right. Any church that does this.
Tammy Faye Baker. Just apply the same standard. Look, you're fleecing people. Also, again, it's not that it's hypocritical that this person, I think the house was $3 million. I can't remember if she was destroyed $3 or $4 million. Yeah. It's not that it's hypocritical. It's that you don't believe it. Yeah. You don't believe that there's systemic racism and oppression because you use that system to fleece the so-called oppressors. $6 million.
Well, $6 million. Six in this one. She's got other houses that she bought. The story came out, I think it was with David Elden or something like that. She had other homes in other places. That doesn't even include this one. The $6 million here.
Well, I got a $6 house. I like to stand on them like ski.
I don't think that's true at all. So of course, the pivot is racism. Of course, they're So here's the funny part too. They're misrepresenting our financials.
You know, they call it white rich.
You mean by posting your financials, we're misrepresenting your financials?
This is an epidemic of what we call nouveau black.
Yes. So anyway,
money.
Just in case you're thinking of donating to BLM, don't.
Yeah, don't donate to Black Lives Matter. Look, it's a scam. We always knew it was a scam, and what will happen is the media will move on, not acknowledge the scam. The media, right?
Of course.
What happened is they whipped you all up into a frenzy. You rioted. You believed some stories that weren't true, and now the money's been given away, and they're just not going to cover their screw-ups. That's what. It's not the lies that you hear blatantly. It's the stories that they never choose to cover. And that's what's going to happen. Well, okay, thank you. You guys can comment below as to how you like, Gerald bringing in these segments. Because he's a smart dude. This has been Gerald Knows Things.
Guys, I'm gay. I feel like they did that in like 10. Like, we do good work here.
Yeah, no, that is good work.
Almost seems intentional.
Good job.
I don't know why you could have said anything like that.
Yeah, I know. Weird. That when we gave him the lines,
beard,
just refused to say them. Well, you know what? It's wrong indeed. So let's get on to former Vice President. Now, the premise needs to be set up, and we can talk about it. Okay, you know what? Let's just say this: with Michigan people think because the road gap was so wide, there's no way there could have been some untoward activity. Absolutely, we know Michigan. None of it adds up.
They said that Wayne County had gone for Trump, and then there was like cooler of ballots, and then they were covering up windows. Right. It seemed fishy at best.
Yeah, at 3:30 in the morning, it was 100-something thousand votes. Here's the problem: is Donald Trump was performing so much better in urban areas. Just like he won all of the bellwether counties except for one. He was outperforming his previous performance with black, with every demographic, and then his stronger areas, these suburban areas, came back in a race, sometimes 95, 98% for Biden. And Michigan would say, well, that's because the mail-in votes are going to be Democrats. But you also said that the majority of people were mail-in voting. So you can't have just Democrats. It didn't add up. But because it was such a wide gap, because of the corruption in Michigan, anyone who lives there knows exactly what I'm talking about. They just say, well, there's no way that this could have been anything but the freest and fairest election because it's 160,000 whatever votes as opposed to Arizona where it's a much smaller gap.
Right, exactly.
They just make the lie so egregious that it's hard. They assume people won't question. I think Michigan is the most blatant example of something not adding up. There you go. There you go. This episode where he addresses it. question what's happening. These are statistical anomalies that occur nowhere else in nature. And it's predicated on the idea that former Vice President Joe Biden is the most popular president. Of course, they say, well, it wasn't necessarily a vote for Biden, it was a vote against Trump. It still doesn't make sense. And we'll go through the numbers to show you why that's obviously been plumped up. And it's not some grand conspiracy. It only requires 5 people to lie. It requires 5 heads of companies to lie. And I'll present to you how that's happening. And right now, of course, former Vice President Biden is doing such a bang-up job that Elon Musk even took time out of the day to praise.
But it's not as if Biden has flipped the script and said, okay, we're going to go 180 degrees in the other direction. He's kind of kept it the same, which has been really surprising, actually.
Man, it's hard to tell what Biden's doing, to be totally frank. I feel like
we get at Bernie's.
The real president is whoever controls the teleprompter. The path to power is the path to the teleprompter. I do feel like if somebody would accidentally lean on the teleprompter, it's going to be like Anchorman. It's going to be like QQQ ASDF 1 2 3, type of thing.
I mean, in fairness to Biden, he hasn't been napping as much as he needs to, but
it's hard to say that things that are getting done,
Now that's a little harsh.
It was rough, especially because it's not like Biden has said anything that crazy.
Look, I know you gotta be frustrated. I know. I can taste it.
All right, maybe Elon was just harsh enough.
I know. You're all burning toast. I smell it. I know.
You
tried to steal a package.
I can taste. I know pennies. I can taste this.
I smell the poop on myself. Here's the thing, and Dave, there's real value in seeing Elon Musk saying that, and an entire audience laughing. That's a guttural reaction that they can't control. Again, when someone else is not controlling what it is that you see or hear, people instinctively laugh because they know it's true.
Yes, of course.
That's the beauty of comedy. That's why they're going after comedians. It's people don't. You can't control laughing. It's just it's an involuntary response, and you see it there in real time.
Well, this is what comedians were saying 2 years ago.
Yeah. Well, and that's not even something that he didn't even say a funny line. He just said, we don't really know what he's doing. And it's so bad and it's so obvious that people are like, oh, God, we're all going to die.
By the way, that guy literally made the joke that Cat Williams, his recent special, where he actually said, they bring out this weekend at Bernie's, mother. He makes that exact joke.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. I like that. So maybe he watched the summit and stole it.
Yeah.
Just added a few MFs and N-words.
You can't quote most of it.
That's mine. I patent that shit.
Everybody. Great that everybody's been calling him a dead guy that's propped up now for years.
Yeah. Well, he looks like it.
Well, no, he does.
Sounds like it.
He looks like Fire Marshal Bill.
Yes.
That's the creepy part when you see that meme, and I'm like,
yes.
Spot on.
It really is.
Yep. It's pretty rough. Even at the summit, I should say, Elon had. Oh, that's right. He said this about his voting pattern. This is also pretty important.
And the reality is that Twitter at this point, has a very far left bias, and I would class myself as a moderate, and neither Republican nor Democrat. And in fact, I have voted overwhelmingly for Democrats historically, overwhelmingly. Like I'm not sure. I might never have voted for a Republican, just to be clear.
Right.
Now this election, I will.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the tent.
Well, I hope this isn't just a selfish figure. You know what I mean? Where I hope he's not just trying to find out what. Look, he's benefited from subsidies.
America.
Yeah. He's benefited from subsidies. He's benefited from the green movement. That being said, he's also done a lot to serve consumers and to advance technology. So he's not perfect. I'm just hoping that he continues along down this trail, and 10 years from now, he's not saying, I also still never voted for Republican. Because then you're stupid. Now, it's not just Elon Musk, and I'm not in the business of defending billionaires. You know how much I dislike Jeff Bezos. I would love to see Jeff Bezos get Amazon packaging.
With his penis rocket?
Yes, that would be really weird. So, he got it. He criticized Biden for conflating, we talked about inflation, taxes, raising them, and how that would actually fight inflation. So Bezos went after Biden, and this is what he said. He said, it doesn't require a huge leap to figure out why one of the wealthiest individuals in here proposes an economic agenda for the middle class. Sorry, that's a quote from the White House. Because Bezos said, I should have read the other quote first, my apologies. Yeah, overlay Twitter, Jeff Bezos, and the references are available at louderwithbetter.com. He said, look, a squirrel. This is the White House statements about my recent tweets. They understandably want to muddy the topic. They know inflation hurts the neediest the most, but unions aren't causing inflation, and neither are wealthy people. Remember, the administration tried their best to add another $3.5 trillion to federal spending. They failed, but if they had succeeded, inflation would be even higher than it is today, and inflation today is at a 40-year high. Look, this is something, and I'm not in the business of defending Jeff Bezos and billionaires, but keep in mind, all of these people have consistently supported Democrats.
Yes.
To be clear.
Absolutely. They typically don't go after the White House. So the White House was responding. That first thing was their response to Bezos tweeting earlier. And then he responded to their response. They're distracting you from what's really going on here because their plan won't fight inflation. We've talked about this before. Billionaires tend to benefit from administration policies that are contracting the economy, right? Because they are the ones that can handle the issues. They can handle the slumps. They can also handle all of the regulations. Mom and pop shops can't. They go out of business. They have more market share. They're fine. You've got billionaires now poking the bear that typically don't poke the bear.
Right.
And that has to show you, like, that is how bad things are. They don't care at this point. Right? They know they're doing a crappy job.
Put it this way. Let's say they put an extra 50-cent tax on coffee. Okay? Just in a hypothetical situation. Who do you think's affected more? Your local coffee roaster shop that only has one place, or Starbucks? But even if Starbucks has one shutdown, guess what? They can withstand it, and then they're going to be the only ones left standing.
Right.
That's what happens. That's why that's why big banks, that's why big airlines, that's why health care companies, health insurance companies, they're just betting on who they think will allow them to withstand the dip for as long as possible. It's harder for you because you don't have a never-ending supply, not only of billions of dollars, but federal funds, like a lot of these companies.
Well, they'll feign outrage. Oh, no, don't do that. It'll kill the industry. Can't do that. Okay, fine. We're here still.
Yeah, exactly.
That's totally fine.
So you think Joe Biden, some of you may think he doesn't know how to deal with inflation. Well, here's the thing. I will say that I don't think he clearly doesn't. And that's because he has proven that he doesn't through his own words. Let's listen to former Vice President Joe Biden. Back then, I mean anywhere from a year ago to, last week.
Most of the price increases we've seen were expected, and they're expected to be temporary. I don't know anybody, including Larry Summers, who's a friend of mine, who's worried about inflation. Talking inflation. The overwhelming consensus is going to pop up a little bit and then go back down. No one's talking about this great thing. It's highly unlikely that it's going to be long-term inflation that's going to get out of hand. There's nobody suggesting there's unchecked inflation on the way.
By the way, really quickly, I just want to point out before I get to what he's saying now, when you hear someone on the left make the argument from consensus, right away you need to start doing some research. Because truth is not always governed by consensus. For example, you can have a consensus of economists who say that actually inflation is a good thing. Remember when Joe Biden was arguing that? You can have a consensus, like they say 97% of scientists, which is horse crap, about climate change, that there's a consensus on it. Well, hold on. Science isn't governed by consensus. It's not determined by consensus. It's determined by truth. The same thing for the economy. At this point, we don't need a bunch of speculators. We don't need a bunch of ivory tower economists telling us what they think is going to happen. They were wrong before, and we are living it. You need to look at the statistics. You need to look at the data and how inflation has affected goods and services. So when they argue from the general consensus is, that's not an argument. You're simply saying, these people told me this, so I'm going to repeat it, because you're not willing to put your skin in the game and make an argument. What's the inflation rate, Joe? What's the price of beef, Joe? What's the price of gas, Joe? What's the price of everything, Joe? Consensus. No. We're not going to let you get out with that one. We did that with climate change for years, and look where we are. Consensus. At one point, there was consensus to put leeches on people to suck the demons out of them until we found out that, they had some, sickle cell, whatever it was. Leeches don't work, in case you don't know that now. So let's go to what Joe Biden is saying now about inflation.
With America's inflation anxiety already in overdrive, gas prices just sent blood pressures racing again. This weekend, the average price jumped to $4.45 a gallon. That's an all-time high. But beyond the
consensus is fine.
Millions are fed up with the cost of living everywhere they turn.
Temporarily forever. Cheaper, and then the cheaper stuff is even higher now.
Others feel as though they're running on fumes.
I've never used the food banks before, but now I really almost have to come. I mean, it's changed very fast.
Millions need help ASAP with food prices up again. both groceries and dining out.
Just for a short
Airline
while.
tickets soaring. And most new cars come with one option: pay above sticker price.
Oh, wow. You're doing a great job, Joe. Bang up job.
Hey, by the way, it's something that maybe people don't notice. The last 3 issues that they touched on, can you guys name a similarity, a through line with those? They showed airline tickets going up.
Gas.
They showed gas going up. Cars, food. Yeah, these are industries devoid of regulation or bailout funds.
Yeah.
Right? No, there aren't agricultural subsidies. They don't dump milk and fix prices to protect the farmer. No. Airlines have received no bailouts. We can't remember any of the bailouts from the auto industry, right? So where do you see inflation hitting people the worst? And by the way, of course, gas. No, there's no regulation in the oil industry, right? Of course, this is an unregulated Wild West.
Yeah.
Again, the industries, and the problem is these industries then affect all of the others. They've never had to get it right. So when you have an industry like cars, with the American car manufacturers who deserve to go bankrupt because they created crappy cars that people didn't want to buy, they get bailed out. Well, guess what? They never predicted their business model. And now we also add on top of that a hurting economy. Well, that makes inflation worse. When you look at agricultural subsidies, well, they've never gotten it right. So, well, we need to move forward because it's unpredictable. Well, guess what? Now you're being subsidized by the government. You've never had to readjust your business model. You've never had to look at your profits and losses. And now we have a bad economy, and so it's even worse. You look at airline, how many times have we bailed out airlines? Yeah, remember, it's supposed to be temporary, that you were going to pay for checked bags?
Right.
They never have to readjust their business model, so there's never a point where the prices go down. That's something that people don't necessarily understand. A lot of inflation is because these prices keep going up because they never have to get it right.
Right. Well, and it's a perverse incentive because they know that the government will bail them out, and so they will make increasingly risky bets until it happens.
Right.
You don't want that to happen because that crashes the economy for everybody but them.
Right.
Well, yeah, from $25 a bag to like $35 if you check 2, so now it's more expensive if you check 2.
Right.
And flights that were seriously $200 a year ago are $900 now.
Right. Well, that's why I decided to check you as a bag, Dave.
Well, that's what I
gave
do.
you an oxygen bottle. I mean, come on.
I go in a little puppy crate.
He does the old Yogi Berra routine. Here's the thing. Think about it this way. Let's move forward a few years. So the airlines have been bailed out. Let's use that as an example. Airlines suck. Okay? Couldn't get their business model right. American taxpayers bailed them out. So what happened? Did the tickets go down? Did airlines become more competitive? No. They don't need to because they're not beholden to the market. So the tickets go up. Okay. Now the prices have gone up. What should usually happen is fewer people are going to fly.
Yes.
Right? And so the airlines go, oh my gosh, we're losing revenue. We need to, you know what will happen? The airlines will say, we're losing revenue, we can't sustain ourselves. And the government will step in and bail them out. So you never have the recorrection and the dip. You just have a constant line of more money, more money, more money, more money, more money. That doesn't happen anywhere else.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen anywhere else in business. If the demand goes down, you better find a way to either cut the prices, create a more competitive product, or you're gone. These industries have never had to do that.
Well, and then overlay unions in these industries.
Yeah.
Right? With the inability to change some of these things because prices are going down, people aren't flying, or I'm sorry, prices are going up, people aren't flying. They can't.
Right.
They have fixed costs because of this.
Too big to fail.
Well, too big to
fail. We can't because if the airlines close,
yeah.
no one else will step up and, how will people get around?
Teleportation. I don't know.
So
I like that.
I would like to do that too. I just don't want to end up like Goldblum in The Fly.
I know. I always think about that too.
Yeah.
You like get to your destination, Hawaii, and you're just like,
but you're in Hawaii.
Where's Dave? He's on the wall.
Don't complain.
So here's the thing. We obviously know that billionaires don't like Joe Biden. We obviously know that the middle class, working class, doesn't really like Joe Biden. But he does have a base.
Yeah.
Somewhere, right? A base of what most popular president ever.
Yeah. History.
Oh, sorry. That was a lie. This is a Newsweek, by the way. Biden's Twitter followers, turns out over half of them are fake.
What?
Yeah, this is from Newsweek. SmartToro's tool. This is a tool that actually, runs an algorithm to find out which accounts are fake.
Yeah.
The tool found that 49.3% of personal accounts following the official President of the United States Twitter account are fake followers based on an analysis of a number of factors, including location issues, default profile images, and new users. Here's the thing. This should surprise nobody if you've been following what we've been discussing on the show, because there have been little chips that have been happening in big tech, right? They chip away that we've been highlighting for a few years now.
Yeah.
This is just a new one where people go, oh, this is relevant because of Elon Musk.
Yeah.
bots, which, by the way, they may have committed fraud if they lied to them about the percentage of fake users on Twitter. So there are a lot of dynamics at play, but it's not just Twitter. YouTube, we talked about this. They removed dislikes from Jen Psaki's first press briefing.
There were so many.
Yeah, and there was over a 4-hour span when we covered this. Dislikes went from more than 10,000 down to 3,000. And even PolitiFact acknowledged this, just so you know. And this is something I know pretty well with YouTube. So we saw this happen. There was a discrepancy with likes and dislikes. And then the dislikes were removed. Independent creators like myself, we love the dislike button.
Yeah,
because we go, hey, look at this, and then look at Trevor Noah. Right? It shows what the market actually wants versus you rusting Seth Meyers into someone's autoplay for the umpteenth time, which nobody has asked for in the history of ever.
I pay them to do that to you.
Right. Well, you know what? Well played. Effective. That's a digital version of an exploding Amazon package. And I moved. So, with YouTube, PolitiFact said, oh, it was spam. Look, that doesn't check out. Obviously, what would be spam is, let's say, on a press briefing, let's say some kind of an address from Vice President Biden. Let's say it had 50,000 likes, and then it jumped all of a sudden in a way that was not aligned with the pattern to 75,000 likes. That's where you could say someone is going in that they're spam. Or even what would be considered, but not quite, denial of service tactics, where a bunch of people went in and spammed dislike.
Yeah.
What I have never seen on YouTube is a like and dislike ratio, and then a changing. Yeah. Changing, where it says, no, we're going to change. Likes are going to go up, and dislikes never, ever go down. That cannot be spam. Someone has to manually go in and change that. Someone said, oh my gosh. This is comparing this to the Trump briefing, comparing this to the Trump State of the Union addresses. We got and switch it. And then when they said, then when a bunch of people said, hey, hold on a second, you switched it. They said, no, we didn't. It was spam. But you know what? It's not going to be a problem anymore because we're just going to get rid of the dislike button.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, did you do that for the independent creators that are conservatives that had a disproportionate amount of spam for dislikes? Because if it's happening to the White House, certainly it's happening to other people.
Yes.
You did it across the board, right? Or did you just do it for the White House?
Right. Yeah. Just like they want to do it for big tech wants to be in bed with big companies. Yeah. YouTube wants to be in bed with CNN and MSNBC because they have more advertising dollars. Keep in mind, NBC gets favoritism in the algorithms because they spend I don't know how many millions of dollars in advertising on YouTube, and independent content creators can't. So they're on both sides of that coin. And of course, half of their reporters were former White House employees in one shape or another.
Guys, 7,000 people hit the wrong button.
Yes, they did. And then
all that happened,
they retracted their button.
Yes, they were like, what am I doing?
Right.
And they hit like instead.
Well, but I love how they took the dislike button away, and they're like, look, we're not going to do that because it's bad for content creators. We don't want their mental health affected by this. But they didn't take away the ability for you to hit the dislike button and for the content creators to see it. Yeah. You still see it on the back end.
Yeah, I still see it on the back end.
Yeah, we don't want to hurt your mental health. We want to hide information from you.
Yeah. No, we don't want to hurt your mental health. So we want you to deal with the stain for you privately.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you have the least amount of help.
Yeah. And let's also not forget that big tech employees, when people talk about big business, it's not even close. When people used to bitch about big business, whether it was banks or oil companies, or I'm trying to think of other big companies that would be an example, like AT&T, companies
Bob
like
Ed.
that,
Bob Ed.
You would be talking about maybe some of them did like a 60-40 Republican split.
Yeah.
Right now it'd be considered favoritism and people would go out and protest. Now we have companies that are far more powerful than international governing bodies. And the split is not like 60-40. It's 98, 99% for Democrats. Twitter, when you look at the big tech employees, 99% Democrats. Netflix, 98%. Alphabet, which is Google and YouTube, 88%. Oh, okay, well, that's a little. Microsoft, 85%. Apple, 84%. Amazon, 77%. Facebook, 77%. That's almost like a vote dump coming in at 3 o'clock in the morning.
After they said they've stopped counting votes.
Yes. Well, to be fair, they accidentally said that while they were hitting the dislike button.
That's true.
Of course.
Many of them retracted their votes. I don't know if you guys knew that. They filled them in.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's a good point. Thank you for fact-checking.
They should have just said, please look away while we do what we're about to do, and we'll talk to you in the morning.
Well, they did. They just did it with newspapers.
Yes. And Bristol boards.
Yes.
Which I don't know where you get that many Bristol boards. I haven't gotten a Bristol board since the 4th grade.
Well, that's why there's so many left over to cover up windows.
And keep in mind, this is when we talk about a conspiracy. I want you to comment below on this because I've always had a low-grade irritation for conspiracy theorists. because it's like the Jesse Ventura thing where they never really come up with answers. They say,
I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking what happened about Tower 7.
Okay, but what's the answer?
I'm just asking, why don't you want to ask questions?
I am, but I want to eventually come to an answer. What I'm saying is, how many people have to be involved with this to be a conspiracy? We'll just give you the numbers of the employees, and of course you have the CEOs that are included in big tech companies who give overwhelmingly to Democrats. You have the numbers that you see on YouTube. You have the numbers that you just saw on Twitter. Over half of them are fake. And it's also not far-fetched to think that they are working with the White House when publicly White House officials like Jen Psaki, the press secretary, she was encouraging big tech to do their bidding for them.
Our hope is that all major tech platforms and all major news sources, for that matter, be responsible and be vigilant to ensure the American people have access to accurate information on something as significant as COVID-19. That certainly includes Spotify. So this disclaimer is a positive step, but we want every platform to continue doing more to call out mis and disinformation while also uplifting accurate information.
Do you have any idea as to how scary that is? Before we even got to the Board of Misinformation, the Ministry of Truth, you don't think that you don't think that Susan Wojcicki, you don't think that whether it's Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jack Dorsey, you don't think that they hear proxy, the arm of former Vice President of the United States, you don't think they hear that person saying, hey, we really want you to do this, and have a decision to make? You don't think they have her on speed dial? It's not far-fetched. Guess what? They're going to say, oh, well, we better listen because these people can tax us more or regulate us more. It's not some random person. This is the proxy of the President of the United States saying, we really hope that you create more misinformation targeting. And what's that? Anyone who questions vaccinations for COVID, and by that I mean anyone who questions their efficacy for, people who are 25 and younger on their fourth booster. We really hope that all these other big tech companies, maybe clamp down on Joe Rogan. We're just saying, we really hope that you don't allow anyone out there to say that this is anything other than the freest and fairest election. It doesn't require that many people to be involved. It's her saying, oh, no, oxen free, and Bezos and Zuckerberg popping their head out. Like, all right, okay, we'll do what you want.
We really hope that you censor this fake story about Hunter Biden's laptop. Remember, right? You just tell people what they can and can't hear. That's the problem. Like,
and the same people listening are the people who plumped up Joe Biden's Twitter followers by 49%.
Yeah, in a perfect world, of course, it would be great if we didn't have disinformation and misinformation. But unfortunately, we don't live in that world. And the only way to try to get there is to say, hey, somebody is in charge of determining what it is. That never works. Eventually, even if you get an altruistic person who does it perfectly the first time, it eventually will devolve into somebody telling you what is true, not telling you what truth is.
But have we ever had it like it is now, where everything's in cahoots with each other in the sense of, because we've never had this many, places where you can have it.
They used to have it with, I will say this, they had it once upon a time with legacy media.
Right.
Walter Cronkite was considered, my God, an actual journalist.
Yes.
And then we had this beautiful short window with the internet where everyone was able to have a voice.
Yeah.
And that's how during that period is when Joe Rogan flourished. It's when we grew, which then came to a screeching halt on YouTube. We cannot gain new subscribers on our main channel.
Yeah.
And by that I mean, people say, well, what makes it? Well, 1/100th of the growth that we saw every single month 4 or 5 years. 1/100th to the day of demonetization, and then it became a national story. And that's why the best thing you can do is, if you're willing, share this, because that's what the YouTube algorithm favors right now, and it's an upstream battle. But they used to have that, and then they said, oh my gosh, we relate to the party, ABC, CNN, CBS. So then they said, we need to get on YouTube. We need to eliminate independent content.
Right.
I can tell you this because when I worked at Fox News, there was a legal department at Fox News that removed from my own channel my clips of me appearing on Fox News. They said, we don't want anything going on Fox News. We don't want any Fox News stuff. We want people using our player exclusively. I said, well, this is a way to reach new people. And now they have Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity doing it.
Yeah.
Sean Hannity, if you like this, subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's the internet, correct?
Yeah, their app as well.
Yeah. Where they used to fight it, and then they said, okay, now we want it to be ours, and we want to get rid of the competition. Right. So it's just a reincarnation of what we used to have. But here's my question, too, and this should have been my question today. They said the dislike the left. Oh, was it oversight? Yeah. Okay. Hey, 49.5% at minimum of Joe Biden's followers were fake. It was just an oversight. You didn't have anyone monitoring the most powerful man in the world's account? It's just an oversight. That's what happened with us when we had things get removed on YouTube, right, several times that were reinstated. Oh, it was just an oversight. Has there ever been an oversight that has gone favorably in the other direction? Has there ever been an oversight that has helped, for example, a channel like ours grow? Has there ever been an oversight that takes place or has taken place during an election that was then changed? And I know you're talking about that example in Michigan. That's just because they got caught.
Yeah.
Why do the oversights and the glitches always go one direction? You remember those stories about the oversights of, too many spam dislikes on the Trump remix? Can you comment? I want to. If I'm missing some, I would love to know it. How can they always go in one direction? Okay. Speaking of direction, Project Veritas is. On my track. We need to admonish you here. You need to admonish you. Because yesterday I said, if you are a nerdy, undesirable employee at one of the big tech companies, blonde approaches you, right? You're being honeypotted, and it's probably Project Veritas.
Right.
And I said,
good advice.
Yeah, and I said they're always sending women.
Yeah.
And that's just what they do, is they send attractive women, and then guys, they do all to themselves, and they just give a bunch of information. So I was wrong, and I apologize, women. That was a generalization. There was a guy this time. Now, this is a guy who approached the lead client partner, a guy named Alex Martinez in Twitter. So two guys. So Project Veritas sent in a guy, and they still got the keys to the vault, which I'm imagining. I just watched this clip this morning. Probably two strawberry dashers. So I was confused as to how a guy could get this information. Well, let's go.
People are starting to now, like, when, unfortunately, it's like you reporting.
Oh, honey dick.
Getting into, like, the New York Times. Like, here, I decided to know what the Twitter representative, here's what he had to say.
They got a notice.
Corporate security. Targeting of tweets. Wait. You can read it. Let me see. You know how to protect yourself.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Mousy, how are you?
Good. Okay.
Yeah. What?
Okay.
Yeah, what's going on?
Not much.
No. Any word from Lynn?
I'm talking to them tomorrow. Like I said, I
Okay,
scheduled
good.
a
You
meeting.
set up an appointment with them?
Yeah.
Oh, good. So then at least we know how to go forward. How's the weather down there?
Pretty nice.
Nice? Oh, good, good. So what's up, my little mouse?
I don't know, just wondering how you're doing, and I guess what we should plan for Dad's birthday, or what day I should come up.
Birthday, yeah. You know what? So we are going upstate on Friday, whatever that Friday is. What is it? The 27th through the 30th, which is Monday, because Monday is a holiday. It's Memorial Day weekend, and then Tuesday is his birthday, as you know, the 31st. So I don't know if it makes sense to come up then or come up. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, if you're coming back to 30th, then I guess the 30th works.
Well, if we come, it depends, because I think we should probably discuss with Dad. It's not a, because as you know, we never, and I hear you're going to a concert?
Yeah, well, I probably might be, I got my ticket already, but, yeah, that would be, like, for the 29th.
Mm-hmm. That'll be fun.
That's why I want to see if they can do the 30th.
Right. Yeah, I think it's maybe best if we talk to him, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Just because timing is going to be tough.
Yeah.
So if we were here, it would have to be different.
Mm-hmm.
But he really wants to spend, it's Labor Day, Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, of course.
To go up there. So, but why don't we chat with him tomorrow?
Okay.
Are you available then?
Yeah.
Tomorrow? Okay, that'd be great.
So what's up with you? How are you doing?
Just very busy with work, just always catching up from, I was out of work for almost a month, with my stuff going on. So just catching up, enjoying the beautiful weather. We're having great weather, not too hot, so I've been having people over, becoming a bit more active, so it's nice. Looking forward to the summer. So it's good.
Yeah.
And everything good? How's it going with Pam? Are you okay with the once a week?
Yeah,
Is that
no,
working
that's fine.
for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if it isn't, you just have to let us know.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're okay with it, that's good.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with it right now.
Okay. Yeah. As I said, but be open. If you need a little more, it's fine. But if you can do once a week, it's also good for you too. I think to just be able to do something. Maybe. Okay, my mousey, I have to jump because I'm meeting somebody at 6:15. I'm going to a Georgetown function.
Oh, wow, okay. Have fun, that's cool.
Yeah, the Georgetown Alumni Club of Fairfield County. It's a very exciting spot.
Yeah.
Okay, Mousy, thank you for the call.
Yeah,
you're so cute. I love your texts. It's wonderful. I always makes my day when you send something sweet like that.
Thank you.
Okay, my Mousy. I'll speak to you tomorrow, okay?
I love you. Bye. All right, love you.
Love you. Bye.
All right, bye.
quick.
Sit down like this. You're lucky that you met me organically because I would be questioning everything about you.
You're like, why is that guy so, driven? It's just, the man who was very said you put forward this question was this guy. So it is, well, I love that this guy is like, yeah, they warned us about this, and we were talking about it. They've got to be beating their heads against the table going, how do we keep falling for this? These employees are so stupid. You always get a little bit drunk with someone that has sex with. And they send a notice guy saying, be careful, don't go on dates. The guy's like, yeah, it could be a date like this.
I'm just so glad I met you organically. Yeah, came up to me weirdly and started asking me questions about my job.
Yep, as a purple stallion when we were watching that movie. It was just weird. It just felt so white trash. It happened so quickly. So hats off to Project Veritas. This guy didn't spend everything that we already know. And again, how many examples do you have to have of people in positions of authority? Hey, you know what? Liberals, leftists, do your thing. Hey, I will actually fund this. I will fund this. This is not a joke. I will fund liberal activists who want to do things and think just like Project Veritas. And if you can come back with any example of them saying that we disproportionately rob a liberal, that Facebook, for you can find any example undercover of people who work in these companies saying that they're leftists based on their platform, LGBTQAID. I'll fund this thing up for it. I will buy it for it. Of course, now, in the hearings, Hirono and the others were saying, of course, they target leftists as well as right. I mean, come on, there's no bias. Somebody's like, now, come on.
They're just angling people in front of porn people and giving all the information they need. Guys like that. Twitter
Well, we get
nothing on my jeans.
Yeah.
Oh boy, do I have to tell you.
Wow. I would be totally worried about you. Oh, good! Yeah, just a bad laugh. Just enough time for them to spend $100 billion for the rest of the crap. Coming up with that, right? Like, of course they're going to come up with that. Yeah. Look at that and go, yeah, let's put this person in charge. Yeah, they're terrible bad. Yeah, that'll be good. Hey, by the way, see the problem with the gun, but, black is kind of more conservative. Just so you know, it's suburban white hag for the ones that start just for a little bit.
Yeah. Until 2025-ish.
Just send 50 Mexicans and a pallet of bricks to every anthropology and seal them into 2025.
Just for a minute,
right?
Then you can come back out.
Everyone imports.
Yep. Just buy their votes with Kohl's cash. It's true. That's the demographic. It's suburban women, like the person who is in charge of the board of misinformation. We need to make it safer because women deal with horrible misogyny online. Do you have any idea the kinds of tweets and private messages that Dave, Gerald, and I get?
You guys get private messages?
Oh yeah, mainly from you. A lot of dick pics.
Yeah. Well, that's not exactly what it is. It's someone else.
No, it's just pictures of
I got it, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't throw it in singer. That's what it
Careful, you're not allowed to do this on YouTube.
Oh, that's true.
I'm not actually.
hold up. No, you can't do that either. Just hold up like hands in my You can't do this.
Can I hug?
Well, if it's a man.
Yeah, so yes?
Yes.
Gerald, hug.
Die.
I'm gonna go meet a man in a bar and tell him about this show.
What was it, the cave closing in Aladdin? Gee.
No, it was from Independence Day.
All right. So, this,
That was...
this
Pretty spot on, too.
It really was. This man out-competing Brian Stelter for straightest man on earth at Twitter also said that Twitter isn't profitable because of the leftist ideological bent of the business, which is bad, okay. But here's the thing. You know how I've said that gay people and trans people often get away with behavior that would be completely unacceptable, people who aren't gay or trans? How fast do you think I would get in trouble if I just made fun of someone who was actually special needs for being special needs?
There would be a hit piece on the web today.
Right, but if you say it with a lisp, like this Twitter employee undercover, a little bit sloshed, it softens the landing.
Elon Musk is a person. He is whatever. I don't know. He's a Looney Tunes. He has Asperger's.
Yeah, I know that.
So he's special. We all know that. That's fine. So you're always gonna say some crazy because he's Don't you also see his piece of why can't we just all love each other? Haven't you seen his other tweets where he's like, I'm like, you're special needs. You're literally special needs. Like, literally, though, you really are. So I can't even take what you're saying seriously. Because you're special. So.
It's a genius, you idiot.
He's taking people to space. What are you doing?
He made rocket ships in the electric car. He's just special needs so no one says anything.
Right. I mean, he's a little bit quirky. He's not I Am Sam.
No, it's...
And you're unemployed.
Yeah. What a moron.
He's like, I want a SpaceX right now.
No one says anything bad about him because he's special needs. Yes, you do. You all say bad things about him.
You literally go on to say it within the next phrase. Like, so we shouldn't take anything in that because he's special. But that's the thing with liberals, right? You see it, and with leftists, he's not using the word retarded. So people say, well, it's not that offensive. They want to make it about words, not about context.
Right.
I think saying, hey, you know what, that person is be careful, that person is mentally retarded, so, be aware of it. I think that is less offensive than someone saying, hey, that special needs person is less of a person. Which one matters to you? Context above content. I don't know. Do we have anything else to say about this?
No, I think that's a good way to put
about this. Can I say fairy?
No.
Yeah, no. He's the truth fairy.
Well, I did.
He's no Tinkerbell.
No, he is exactly Tinkerbell. He's certainly one of the lost boys.
They call him 3 in the Stinkerbell.
Just wait till he rolls up his legs and yells bangarang.
What a moron.
Well,
I think someone needs the boob on.
I never wish someone's job be taken away. But wow.
Oh no, yeah, that's ill-gotten gain.
Oh yeah, he'd make a great maitre d' at Applebee's.
I mean, what do you keep this guy on and be like, yeah, are you the guy that literally pulled like the notice up while on a date saying don't go on dates because this company could be catfishing you?
I mean, how does the CEO or whoever is in charge of human resources bring him in when they fire him? Where do they even start? It's like, oh my God, is it because I got drunk on camera? No. Is it because when I got drunk I revealed our algorithmic secrets? No. Is it because I made fun of Elon Musk for being retarded? No. Is it because I slept with the Project Veritas reporter? No. Can you just give me a hint?
All of them.
Oh, that makes sense.
This guy's going to have to not only change his name and appearance, he's going to have to become straight to get out from under this. He's going to have to change
Yeah, by the way, if
him.
anybody's going to keep your secrets, catty gay guy.
Yeah, I'd say it's like currency for those people.
Yeah.
Oh, it's over. Sorry, buddy. That was a really bad idea.
Wow. If I could crypto mine gay rumors.
There are going to be no people going on dates at all in Silicon Valley right for a little while. It's just going to be barren.
It's going to be a real dry spell.
No swipe rights at all.
Yeah. There's one conservative gay guy like, what the fuck? Ah!
Yeah, you and I could be confetti coin billionaires.
It's just the Doge dog with eyeshadow.
Yeah.
Is it a dog? Is it a fox?
It's a dog. It's what is it? Shibu something?
Oh, Shiba Inu?
It's worthless.
Yes. Yeah. It's almost worthless.
It's
not
a net
quite.
loss. That's what it is.
No, it's still got.
It's
You've got a lot of them, and I mean a lot. You may have some dollars.
And the actual fake chocolate dollars are worth more.
That's
than
true. Those coins.
Yeah.
You get those are good.
Oh, right. Okay. So there you go. I don't have much more to add to Project Veritas. What's going on there with Project Veritas? We've already known this to be true. I'm just surprised it's just how brazen they are. They don't fear accountability. They really don't. I mean, if I have someone come up after one of our shows and tell me that I have nice hair, I'm like, what are you trying to get from me?
Look at them a little leery.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll stop saying that.
Yeah, well, I don't mind if you say it. You don't have to reach out and touch it.
Oh.
I can't.
Gross.
Something we all know you want to reach out.
All right. Speaking of which, we're going to go to Mug Club here because there's no way we can. I am actually looking forward to watching this.
Yes,
because
alone.
You guys know exactly. Oh, which, by the way, reminds me, hey, Johnny Boy or Maximus. This is not a joke. I forgot to bring it in. In my office desk, in the center drawer, is where all of my She-Hulk cards are. If you could grab them. They're laminated, and they're in perfect mint condition.
Why would they be laminated?
Well, I'll explain that behind the Mug Club. So we are going to watch. If you're watching at Mug Club, LaddleCard.com/Mug Club, they will bring in those cards. That's real. Yeah,
real.
It's 100% real. We're going to watch the. But we have a teaser here, right?
No,
we're not going to do it.
Oh, that's right, because we'll get hit with a copyright thing. Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to watch the new She-Hulk trailer.
Yeah.
Which is also, the working title was Lesser Hulk. Piss off, YouTube.
You don't want to be breathing that stuff. That's pretty toxic.
Look at it, just landed on people. They're like, "Whoops, sorry."
That's a BRC, big red cloud. You don't want to, or BFRC. You don't want to, you don't want to be near that.
What is in that cloud?
It's hydrazine, so it's NTO, MMH, monomethylhydrazine, and nitrogen tetroxide. It's stuff that you don't want to drink.
Look at that falling from the sky. Oh my God, that's crazy. Yeah. It fell in a small village. China doesn't give a fuck. They just let it go.
It is. I mean, those villagers are getting pretty unlucky because it is pretty sparsely populated. So you're just playing the odds. But we wouldn't do that.
Well, that has to be terrible for their breathing and their health.
Yeah,
that stuff is going to linger, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Probably get into their drinking water.
I mean, the quantities of that are probably not going to be like catastrophic. The bigger risk is getting blown up by it, but it's still not good.
So why doesn't China adhere to the same sort of rule? Well, they do what they got to do. Yeah. So when you're a part of these expeditions, and you recognize that you're one of very few people that ever gets to experience these kind of things, do you feel like a responsibility to try to relay this information to people?
Yeah, it's part of our job, So when I was at NASA, they would send us out to do these PR events, and we'd go to schools, and I would go back to Jersey, where I'm from, and go visit all these school systems. And
what part of Jersey are you from?
My parents are from Newark, and I grew up in Parsippany.
Mine too.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. Parsippany, I know where that is.
Parsippany. That's where I grew up. Went to Parsippany High School.
Wow. And so you go back and try to inspire kids to pursue this same kind of thing.
And I still do it. So I was just in Israel last week. I just got back 2 nights ago, actually. So every year on the anniversary of the Columbia tragedy, they have a Space Week in Israel where they have a whole bunch of STEM education events. And there's also a technical conference, and then there's a memorial for the first Israeli astronaut that was on Columbia, Elon. So I got to know his family really well. And I go back there every year, and we had the memorial last Friday. So yeah, I'm still, and I think I met every school kid in Israel. And I got to, just trying to get him excited about the future, about a bright future,
Well, one of the reasons why I brought this up is I saw a video where you talked about how you during your childhood, you got a photo on your wall of looking at the Earth from the moon, the photograph that was taken.
Yeah.
And that's what set the seed or planted the seed in your head.
Yeah, right. So I also go out and I do a lot of, public appearances and do motivational speaking kind of stuff. And I talk about the importance of both inspiration and determination. So I found out when I was a kid that they were taking not fighter pilots, but also like engineers and scientists to be astronauts. Because I was totally super stoked by the whole concept of going into space. But I had a mom who was like scared of flying. She was a typical Jewish mom. She was like, I told her once I wanted to join the Air Force, and she in like a public restaurant, and she started freaking out and like started like soliciting opinions from the other parents. Would you let your son do this? That's hilarious. So I never thought, I knew that like being a test pilot was not going to happen. So I thought being an astronaut wasn't going to happen. But then I found out that you can do it, you can be an engineer. And then like, that was my year moment. I was inspired. But to be determined, I got that photo and I put it over my desk, and it was like, that was the beacon, that was the goal. And I kept working, and anytime I was having a difficult time, I looked up at that thing. I said, no, one day I can hang that in the astronaut office in the Johnson Space Center. And they still have that.
That must have been surreal on that sequence.
Yeah.
That was like, holy shit, I'm actually an astronaut. I'm an astronaut. How many are there?
I think there's been around 500 people that have been in space.
Ever. Yeah, that's not a lot. And now with SpaceX, what's your role with SpaceX?
So I left NASA in 2011, and I went down and met with Elon, and I said, hey, I've been things. Eventually became our director of space operations. So my team was mission control at SpaceX and controlling. We have another Dragon capsule that we use for cargo, to take cargo, and we've been doing that for a long time, up to the space station and back. And so we would operate it in mission control, but we're designing the crew one that we showed you. So we were coming up with the procedures and all the rules of how we're going to use that thing, and meeting all NASA's requirements and helping to provide input to the guys designing the displays, the suits, the controls, and the seats, and all the stuff you need for people. And so that was I did that for quite a long time.
What are your thoughts on this? What's happening now with space travel, where it's transferring into the public sector, or the private sector rather, instead of being something that the government handles? Now it's private companies. Is that a good thing?
It's a great thing.
Is it?
Yeah, because first of all, it's not quite that black and white. In the media, it's all portrayed as commercial space and like these private companies taking over. The truth is that these been orbital, like what we're doing with SpaceX and that Boeing is doing with their vehicle. It's a public-private partnership, and so NASA's working very closely with both those companies, and we're working together. And in a way, it's not really that different from the way it's always been. Like NASA didn't have a NASA factory that built the Saturn V rocket. It was built here by like McDonnell Douglas, and North American Rockwell built the. If I remember right, North American built the command module, and the land was built by Grumman. So those were all private companies. They're contractors, but they're still private companies. And what's happening now is just a slight change to the relationship between NASA and the private companies. Where NASA's not micromanaging quite as much as they used to. They're saying, okay, here's our top level requirements. We want you to get 4 people up and down to the space station. That's a bit of a simplification, because actually the requirements document is like, there are thousands of requirements. But they don't go down and tell you how to meet the requirement. They leave it up to you. So now SpaceX has a lot more room to innovate than like North American Rockwell did when they built the vehicles back during Apollo. So that and the other thing that's different is the funding, the way NASA's paying is firm fixed price. All these like the space shuttle, when we build an aircraft carrier, it's cost plus contracting, which has been terribly abused and it's been horrible for the U.S. taxpayers. And what it says to the company is, you can cost whatever it costs, that's what we'll pay. And in fact, we'll give you a profit as a percentage of the cost. So like your incentive as a company is like make the cost as high as you can, so your profit as high as you can.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. So it's not cool, but they had to do it that way. Like during World War II, when it started, because like nobody knew how much it was going to cost to build a P-51 Mustang. Nobody did one. So they came up with this mechanism, but now it's kind of been abused. Now we're using it to do things that we've done before. And then the third thing is that the companies own the intellectual property. So what that means is, like Rockwell, that built the space shuttle, couldn't like build a new space shuttle, like build like Space Shuttle Enterprise or something, and then go sell tickets on it. They weren't allowed to, but we can. So we're going to build this Dragon. We can take Bob Beckett and Doug Hurley, two friends of mine, first astronauts, and ride into the space station. And once we meet our NASA's our number one customer. They're paying the bill. So once they are satisfied, we can then go make another one and sell tickets and take private individuals. So really, that's the key difference. And I really think that 2020, we're going to look back at 2020 as a year that everything changed.
Really?
Yeah, because all those dreams of science fiction, like being able to take your vacations around the rings of Saturn and like all the like private space stations, all that kind of stuff that we grew up hoping would happen when we were older, I think it's really finally starting. Because this is the beginning of that infrastructure, that private sector commercial infrastructure and ability to actually get it done.
We're always talking about how wrong we got the future in Space 1999. Remember that television show?
I like that show. I watch that all the time. Yeah.
But all those shows, like even I think Blade Runner was like now, right? Didn't we discuss this like last year, 2019? Like we got everything wrong in terms of what the timeline was.
The timeline is totally wrong, but I think that the overall direction is right. A lot of this stuff, and we'll get. I really do believe that if we don't end up killing each other or have some horrible catastrophe like an asteroid hit us, we're going to end up living in space and have that kind of Star Trek future. I really think that's our destiny, as long as we don't screw it up.
Man, how far out are we looking at Star Trek?
Star Trek might take a while until we get like warp drive and all that kind of.
100 years.
We got to find those dilithium.
Captain, she's breaking up. Yeah, like how far do you think we are? Like if you had a wide timeline of like literally being able to go to another planet.
Well, going to Mars is something we could do now in a decade if we really, really, really want to.
Elon keeps saying that.
I think he's right. I mean, it's not a question of technology. The big missing piece, I think, in understanding about what that would be like is the effect of radiation on the human body. There's engineering solutions we could come up with for that.
This is for the prolonged journey.
Yes. Once you start talking about so right now, like on the space station, I took a bigger radiation hit than I would have if I stayed at home.
How much of it hit?
The amount of dose I took was not that much. It's like a tenth of a sievert or something. It's like just pretty a sievert. If you take one sievert, then you're increasing your chance of getting cancer and getting age about a couple additional percent.
Can you mitigate that with supplements? Like, is there iodine you take or something along those lines?
There's some, maybe antioxidants, but I think that's not a panacea. That's not going to fix this problem.
They say take iodine tablets, right? If you're exposed to radiation, isn't that like something that they recommend?
Yeah, for nuclear reactors or and all that. But that protects function of something on it's a chemical, but it's not going to solve. That's not going to solve this problem. But you can shield yourself with anything that has hydrogen in it. It's a pretty good shield. So water is great. Like when I was on the space station, I put a big water jug around my head.
Really?
I figured it couldn't hurt. And then like liquid hydrogen or even plastic that's derived from hydrogen is pretty good shielding.
Okay, so you could have like conceivably a light plastic suit that you wear that could shield you from a lot of the radiation on the way to Mars.
There's actually a company in Israel that's teaming with NASA is going to fly these like vests on to try to shield the people. You can also put it in the hull, or you can have just a storm shelter. Because there's basically when we're on the space station, we're above all the atmosphere, but we're still below the magnetic. So we still enjoy a lot of protection from radiation. Once you go out of that and you go to the moon or to Mars, and you basically hanging it out there, you're no longer protected by that, and so you're going to take either GCR, galactic cosmic radiation, which is just everywhere out there.
That sounds terrible.
It sounds bad, doesn't it?
GCR, galactic cosmic radiation. That sounds really bad.
Yeah. Those are ions up to iron, so heavy ions. That there aren't that many of them, but when they hit you, they can do a lot of damage. They have a lot of energy. They're accelerated to like near relative to speeds, so like the speed of light. And then there's the solar. Then you got to worry about solar flares. SP, solar protons. Those don't come. Those are very unpredictable. Well, they're a little unpredictable with sunspot activity, but they come every once in a while, and they're giant spikes. They last a couple hours to a couple days, and they could totally fry you. They're even worse.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So conceivably, we could send people to Mars, and halfway there they get cooked.
Yeah.
So you have a 6-month window. You have to just roll the dice.
Well, so what you can do is you can have a storm shelter, right? Where you put like a lot of this shielding, and then if you can detect the SPE, the GCR is there all the time, but the solar events you can detect them coming, and you have enough warning time to get everybody into the storm shelter.
How much time do you have?
Usually when you first start seeing some of the proton radiation, then you have like an hour, so you got time.
So you're sitting in that thing going 48 minutes from now, it's coming.
Yeah, and you're just like hunkering down there, probably grabbing all the water bottles you can.
Wow. Yeah. And depending upon how big the injection is, you don't know how long it's going to last.
Yeah. It can be at different magnitudes and different durations.
It could just kill you even if you're having children.
I mean, if it's a really huge one, and we didn't really have any capability of defending from it when we did Apollo. And there was between 2 Apollo missions, there's one of these big ones.
Oh boy.
And we just got lucky that it was in between. So
that seems crazy. Like what a
smarter about it, and I think, we're like, right now we can send you to Mars and bring you back, and probabilistically speaking, you probably have like an additional 4 or 5% chance of developing cancer over your lifetime, which is not like a death sentence, but
it's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah. But we're getting better, and the thing about it, there's 2 things about it. One, we keep getting better technologies, better shielding. We can actually come up with there's ways you can do active shielding with magnetic. You can create your own magnetic field around the ship, and so it'll almost be like Star Trek with like a force field or shields or whatever. So there's ways that maybe we can do that. There's also the other thing that we don't know. We know exactly what radiation is out there. We don't know exactly what that radiation does to humans. The best we have to go on is like data from some of the atomic bomb survivors and radiation workers that work in like power plants and stuff to take some dose. But it's a different kind of radiation. So right now, the error bars are really big. So when we say like, 5% chance of cancer, that's taking a very conservative estimate. If we can find out what it really does to humans, maybe it's a lot more benign, and maybe we can sharpen that pencil and say, yeah, it's acceptable.
What if people come back smarter? What if it's like some fucking X-Men type shit?
Yeah, maybe you could like...
I mean, radiation is always bad in real life, but always good in comic books.
Yeah.
Right?
We wouldn't have Spider-Man anymore.
The Hulk, Spider-Man, so many superheroes that were involved in some sort of an accident. Wasn't Dr. Manhattan? Wasn't that a thing with him as well?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. From The Watchmen, I think he became who he is because of an accident.
The document, I believe so.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that, I had my kids after I did that flight.
Uh-oh.
So I'm hoping that they would like one day.
They're genius kids.
Yeah.
How old are your kids now?
I got a 9-year-old boy and a 2-year-old girl.
Notice anything unusual about them?
I did notice one day the 2-year-old girl was concentrating on her blocks and one of them started floating, but
Man. So what changes have been made since you go from the old shuttle model of that technology to the SpaceX Dragon Crew thing?
Probably the single biggest change is we've gotten a lot better at electronics and software. So the vehicle is highly automated, and that's why we can fly like normal people that don't have like years and years of training, because it's so much more smarter than the shuttle. The shuttle.
You shouldn't say so much more smarter.
So much smarter.
But you're such a genius. You're not supposed to use language like that. You're a goddamn astronaut. So much more smarter.
Yeah, all right.
That sounds like something I would say. You gotta talk better than that, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, though. Sorry to interrupt you.
That was math was always my thing. My verbal SATs weren't that spectacular, but yeah. So it's much more smarter.
And what about there was always an issue with the tiles, right? With the re-entry tiles, like that's what did Challenger. Or, no, which one was
Columbia?
Columbia. That's what did Columbia. The new design, have they made advances? How that stuff is applied, or is it a different purpose?
Yeah. So that is something that's also not really a worry anymore. The reason that Columbia took that damage was it was foam, like the big orange tank that's behind the space shuttle. It sticks up above the space shuttle, and some foam fell off of it. We always had some foam shedding off the thing, and in the beginning we took that very, very seriously as a major problem. But the thing is this concept of I'm gonna forget the name of it now. Well, let me just describe it. So you get away with something for so long that you begin it's normalization of deviance. That's what it's called. So it's when you get away with something for so long, and something that was a thing or something that was bad is treated as a norm. And that's what happened to us, because we knew that foam coming off could do damage to the space shuttle. And in the beginning, we tried really hard to do something about it. We treated it very seriously, but it was hard. We couldn't really come up with an easy fix. In the meantime, we're flying. Nothing bad was happening. What was really happening is we were getting lucky. And then eventually a big piece came off, hit Columbia right in the wing, and it shattered, made a big hole inside the wing, but nobody did, for sure. And they made a bad decision to not investigate it further, assumed it was okay, brought him home, and obviously you know what happened.
So it could be possible to fix something like that if they had known?
Could have been possible. We did a lot of things. Like when I flew, we had a lot of things in place to try to fix that. One, we got rid of a lot of the foam that was unnecessary. We tried to do things to stop the foam. We also had ways of detecting it so that we would know. We had sensors in the wings. We added a maneuver we do when we fly up to the space station. We did like a pitch over where we took photographs of the heat shield to see if anything got hit. So at least we would know, and then we could shelter in place on the space station. So there's a lot of things we can do with the shuttle, but the thing about with Dragon and Starliner and the new vehicles is they sit on top. So there's no any foam that comes off the rocket is not going to hit you. So the problem solved. So that's one example of how we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Now, is the surface different? Do they still have the same kind of tiles?
The heat shield is.
Can I see what it looks like again? The heat shield is...
The material on the side of the capsule, on the walls of the capsule, is made out of silica, so it's similar to the tiles. But the material that's in the heat shield itself is an ablative material. It means it kind of like, as it heats up, it flakes off and it takes the heat away with it. And that's kind of more similar to like it was during Apollo. It's a much more advanced...
Wow, look at that thing.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Can we see that? Can we go there? Will they give us a tour?
I bet we might be able to pull that off.
I want to see a spaceship.
The guy you should have asked was my boss when he was here.
Yeah, we were talking about other shit.
I know.
I got.
He's got the keys to the factory, but there she is on the launch pad.
Wow.
So that white stuff at the top on the capsule itself, that's kind of like the same material as the tiles, but the heat shield on the bottom is called pica, phenolic impregnated carbon ablator. So it's a different, very high tech material that is really, really good at withstanding tremendous amounts of heat. That heat shield is way oversized. You could use that thing at least 10 times, and this really was originally designed for actually injuries coming back from the moon, going much faster. You hit build up a lot more heat when you hit the atmosphere than just coming back from the space station.
So ultimately, that's the goal for these things: to take people to the moon, to take people to Mars, to take people.
Well,
and reusable, right?
This is just a start. So reusability is key, and there's elements of this vehicle that are not reusable. That trunk you see, the cylinder below the capsule is not reusable. We throw that away. The second stage on the Falcon 9 we throw away, and Elon hates that. The Holy Grail is 100% reusable, but affordable reusability, where you don't have to spend like a gazillion dollars refurbishing it in between flights. And we're getting there, and the next vehicle is going to be the real. That's going to be the real. Hopefully, we will get that Holy Grail with this Starship that we're working on now.
So there's a top secret one that you can't talk about. Is that what it is? You seem hesitant.
Well, it's just we got a lot of development going on, and it's not top secret. I mean, Elon went down to the press conference in front of it in Texas not too long ago, and showed
what it looked like.
Yeah, this is one of the tests.
It's called Starhopper.
So this was the beginning. This was a test bed, test the engine to make sure that we.
Oh,
that's real.
That's real.
That is come on. That is not CGI.
That's the thing.
That's the thing. Whoa. Now the real thing is going to look just like that. This is really testing the engine and the sensors and the electronics.
What is the jet coming out of the bottom?
The bottom is a Raptor engine that's burning liquid methane and liquid oxygen, and then those puffs at the top are cold gas thrusters just to keep it pointing in the right way.
And so that's landing.
Yeah.
My God, that's amazing.
Isn't it awesome?
That is amazing. Look how gently it lands.
Yeah.
Dude, that seems like science fiction.
I know. That's what I'm telling you. Like this thing. And I know that the guys up at Blue Origin and Jeff Bezos company's got all kinds of incredible stuff on there going forward. 2020 is the start. It's just a start.
I need to see that again. I need to see that.
Find better pictures of it.
Oh, okay, there it is.
Yeah,
I want to see that thing land again. That video of it landing is crazy.
I got lucky.
Did you?
Hold on.
It's so crazy, though. The image, to see it gently come down and perfectly land. Like, look at that, man. That looks like some War of the Worlds type shit. Like, that's in a Tom Cruise movie, right?
Yeah.
Like, if they were flying over Earth and they were starting to land.
I remember when Elon first talked about landing rockets on their tails. I remember him saying, yeah, we want to do it just like Mark Rogers. So I'm working with Ron Moore, this TV show I'm working on now. Yeah.
So for people who want to see this video, some people listening, 150 people saw how much that system is. 700,000. That's 2,898. Wow. It's on the SpaceX page. So you can go check that out. So that's next stage. That's the next stage.
Now that's what it's going to. So there's going to be a rocket, and then that thing is going to sit on top of it, or something like that thing. And then we're going to get both back. The rocket will land on its tail, and then after it goes off to the moon or Mars, it'll come back and also land on its tail. We'll get 100% back.
Wow.
And we're really got to use it. And hopefully we'll be able to use each one like 100 times.
Now, is there any innovation or any breakthroughs in the fuel type of propulsion systems that we need to conceive? Is there ever going to be a time where we have like a Star Wars X-Fighter that just goes shoot off onto its own?
There's potential for more advanced, more efficient thrust engines, and probably one of the most promising ones in the near term is actually the nuclear engine, the nuclear thermal rocket, where instead of using combustion to propel hot gas back in your house, you can shoot that back without lighting it on fire. If you do that, you can actually get thrust over time. So that's one possible way to go.
So it's conceivable that one day there could be a standalone unit that doesn't thruster that eject. traditional, and the second one's the nuclear one. Wow.
Yeah, so right, so there it is. That's the hydrogen coming in and flowing over the reactor. Instead of having liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, then all you need is the liquid hydrogen.
Wow.
So that's one way, but in the short term, the advance you're seeing there with that Star Hopper is that it's still a traditional chemical propulsion rocket, so it's got fuel and oxidizer, which is liquid oxygen. Because no oxygen up there to have fire, you need the pyramid, right? So you need the oxygen and the fuel and the spark. And you have to bring your own oxygen if you're in space, because you can't use you don't have the atmosphere anymore. So you carry liquid oxygen and some fuel. And in the Falcon 9, for example, it's basically kerosene. It's rocket fuel, but it's RP1, but it's basically kerosene mixed with liquid oxygen. The engine you saw in that Star Hopper is advanced and different, because what it still uses liquid oxygen, but instead of kerosene, it uses liquid methane. And it's actually not as efficient quite. It doesn't have quite the specific impulse, which is a measure of efficiency. It doesn't have that quite as good as hydrogen. It's better than kerosene, but not quite as good as hydrogen. But here's the thing. You can make it on Mars. And that's why Elon's building that engine. Because you can go to Mars and you don't have to bring the gas to come home.
Oh, so that's the big knock on going to Mars. All this time
you have to wait 2 years for the trajectory of the plans to come back around, so you have a window to come home. So you do have to stay a while. But the beautiful thing is, if you can go someplace and gas up again, fill up your tank without having to bring all the gas with you, that's huge. Right? You can carry so much more that way. And that's, you can, with the carbon dioxide that's in the Martian atmosphere and the water that's in the ice that's on the surface of Mars, you can have a reaction processed by that allows you to create, to take those two things and make liquid methane. And you can have a tank of that ready to go and all done robotically. You can get the telemetry back saying we got the gas, and then you go.
Now, how much are things going to accelerate now that you have all these different companies competing against each other?
That's what's beautiful is like the pace of technological change is like really going exponential again, just kind of like it was during Apollo. So we're back onto that really rapid and fast track. We kind of fell off of that for a little while, and the nice thing about, people ask me like, what's the biggest difference between working at SpaceX and working at NASA? And I would say it's decision speed, because we'll make up our mind quickly. Now, the reason we can do that is we got a tremendous amount of agility, because sometimes when you make up your mind quickly, you make the wrong decision, right?
Yeah.
But if you hurry up and figure out that you made the wrong decision, and you have the agility to then say, okay, that was not right, let's try something else, then it works. At NASA, we had all these contractors and suppliers and a very cumbersome kind of system that we took a long time to make sure we made the right decision, because changing things was prohibitively costly. But SpaceX doesn't have to worry about that.
Oh. Now, what is the difference between the way SpaceX is handling it? You said Boeing has something. What do they call it again?
So NASA has this commercial crew program. They selected commercial companies to partner with SpaceX. And so Boeing is using an older rocket that's been around a long time called the Atlas V. And they built a capsule to go on top of that called the Starliner.
And so this is strictly for commercial flights?
Well, it's the anchor tenant, if you will. The core customer is still NASA, because NASA is going to use both of these rockets to replace the space shuttle, and we won't have to beg the Russians for rides anymore.
Let me see what the Boeing one looks like. What's the name of it again?
Starliner. Or it used to be called the CST 100.
Let's see what this stuff looks like.
We used to call it the POS 100 because we were competing. But it's a good ride. It's a good vehicle.
Okay, so it's kind of similar in its design, a little bit.
It's
the way it looks. Wow, it looks pretty dope.
Yeah. One key difference is it lands. We splash down in the water, and this one lands on land with those airbags.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
What if those bags don't work? So is it fill up like the way they use rovers on Mars, where it's surrounded by these gigantic airbags and it bounces when it hits the ground?
It doesn't bounce, because that's not good for people. Robots don't mind. But if you bounce like that, you're going to be really upset. So it just hits, and kind of like airbags that deploy in a car, they deflate, and you're done.
And so this is On the same sort of timeline as the SpaceX ship?
Yeah, I think they're SpaceX. SpaceX is really ready to go, like in March, very soon. But I think we're going to wait a little longer because they're talking about extending the mission for Bob and Doug and keeping them on the space station, so they need more training. Well, they get the thing out in space. I'm not too bad.
And their equipment is capable of moving all the little guns and muscle.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Now, when does the bomb realize?
Wow.
I mean, how well do you have to have the system working before you put the boss in the capsule and shoot him off into the heavens?
He's got a lot of work to do here, so I don't think he's going anytime soon. But he does eventually, when we get this up and running, he does eventually want to go. He talks about he wants to die on Mars, just not on Impact. Oh, you know that joke he gets. Yeah. So that's you know, he's serious about that.
He really does want to die on Mars. Like,
yeah,
really old.
He wants to go and the rest of his days is part of a Martian colony.
Oh, Elon, I got to talk to you about this.
But he's not going until
Has he always thought that way?
Yeah.
That's always been the plan?
That's always been the plan.
Get him high again. Reconsiders. Seems like a terrible idea.
Well, he's going to wait. He's not going to be the first one. He's going to wait until we have like pizza there and some cappuccino and like a decent hotel.
And so the concept is terraforming, right?
That's not going to happen. I think even Elon would tell you that's not going to happen in his lifetime. That's something that like generations from now we can think about. That's hard.
So there's some sort of domed civilization, like with
some kind of pressurized compartment, some kind of pressurized habitat.
So it'd be kind of like science fiction, like what you see in science fiction things where ships land on planets and people live inside the ships and you can't go outside unless you wear a suit.
Unless you wear a suit, yeah.
Wow.
But hopefully there'll be plenty of room inside once this thing grows to be really big. We also have to make sure it's really, really well protected from radiation because even once you're on Mars, you have to worry about those GCRs.
Yeah. Didn't he have an idea to like nuke the caps?
Yeah.
You know, like nuke the polar caps.
Yeah, it's not like anybody's really sitting around drawing up plans for that. That was kind of like if we had to do it, how could we do it? That's one thing. That came off the top of his head. But
and what was that was to raise the temperature or to change the atmosphere? Or?
That's to like melt the caps and then inject a lot of gas into the atmosphere and beef up the Martian atmosphere.
What a weird roll of the dice that would be.
I don't think we're going to be trying that anytime soon.
Then what is the concept, like in terms of terraforming? What kind of window of time would it take to turn that into a livable environment?
That you're starting to really extrapolate it out pretty far, and it'd be pretty hard for me to give you a timeline.
So there's like giant leaps of technology that have to take place.
That's a big one.
But it's as a proof of concept. It's sort of. I mean, there is a theory, right? That you can alter the atmosphere.
Very Mars, you've got enough gravity that if you can put enough gas in the atmosphere, kind of like it's got possible kind of get to one atmosphere pressure, like 14.7 inside like here, but it might be done.
Now, and their gravity is what percentage?
It's about a third.
Wow. So you would definitely experience a lot of the same issues that you have if you go to the space station. So if you wanted to go from Mars back to Earth, there would definitely be some sort of adjustment period.
Yeah. The really interesting thing is, like, we have a lot of data. We know what happens in 0G, because we have a lot of us that have been up to the space station, Skylab and Mir and all that. And we have tons of data at 1G, because all of us every day live in 1G. We don't really have any data in between. So the question is a half a G half as good? Or maybe it's like 80% as good.
Right.
And so is it linear or is it non-linear? We don't know. And that's why if we send people and we live on the moon, or we go to Mars and we live on Mars, and we have data, like on the moon it's about a sixth of the Earth's gravity. So we'll get points in between. And then we can figure out if this thing there's a lot of stuff that happens to you that may be completely solved with even just the smallest amount. But we don't know.
Well, that's interesting, right? We don't know. Yeah, because 0G is an issue. how much of an issue 1/3 chance. Now, what about food? Like, what are they going to do with food on Mars? Are they going to have to supply all the ingredients out, everything out?
Once you start talking about missions that are that long, carrying all that food it all becomes a mess. You know, there's so much to get all the that just means you need that much bigger of a rocket, and just after a while it gets, yeah. So we're talking about like living for a long time on Mars right now. So probably plants, hydroponics. Yeah.
How realistic is that?
You know, that movie was really pretty good. Yeah, it was, I met the author, the guy that wrote the guy that wrote the book. And I told him that I really didn't like his book.
You told him that?
Yeah. And he's like, why? Was it because, like, there's not really enough dynamic pressure in a Martian windstorm to knock the antenna off the roof? I'm like, nah, that's fine with that. Well, it's because we didn't have enough redundancy in the comm system. That's not really realistic. I'm like, nah. He goes, well, why didn't you like it? I'm like, well, listen, I have a long day of work at SpaceX. I come home. I open up the book before I go to bed, and I'm reading this like, okay, I got 62 souls, and I got to cover 3,000 kilometers, and I've got 52 moles of nitrogen hydroxide, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it's like I'm still at work. It's like, I don't want that. I want some escapism. I want to like go home and read a romance novel or something.
Well, that's not his fault, though.
No. Well,
so you're just busting his balls. Yeah. That's, it's interesting, though, that he got it close.
Yeah, he did a great job, actually.
I mean, for some, does he have a background in that?
Yeah, I think he does. Engineer or something.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
but that movie was terrifying. Like the idea that you get stuck up there.
The only part of the movie, which I don't think was in the book, that was not realistic at all, was when he cuts his glove and does the Iron Man thing. He's like flying back to the spaceship. You can't really control it. You'd spin out of control if you tried that. You'd also need a big hole to really get enough propulsion, and then your suit would deflate. I mean, that's just not going to work.
Yeah, and how long would you survive out there with no suit?
That's a good question.
Just holding your breath.
Well, you can't really hold your breath because as the pressure all goes down, the first thing you have to worry about is barotrauma. So, like, in your lungs and in your sinuses, and it's all going to, like an overinflated balloon. So if you try to hold your breath, that's a wrong thing to do because you're going to...
So you have to let the breath out.
Okay. Yeah.
You can't really do that for very long, though. Like, the way people hold their breath underwater, they actually have breath in their lungs.
Yeah.
Right?
But they're not equalizing with the pressure as they go down, when they do those, like, free diving things, right? So, if you're going to equalize, you're going to have to let the air out, or it's going to just expand and just be extremely painful and hurt you. So you can do that, but then eventually you get to the point where the pressure gets so low that all the liquid in your tissues starts turning into gas. It's called nebulizing. And then you'll start getting this massive swelling, like your neck will like that. You'll get grotesque swelling, that your blood is gas. All the liquids in your tissues are turning gas. It's not good.
How long will that take?
That will start happening fairly quickly when you equalize. After you breathe out all that air. You can counteract it by having squeeze. So you can do that.
That's some problem.
There's ways you can live through it, but it is we've had accidents. One test chamber in NASA was had an accident, and all the turbines there could be vacuum. But very quickly got it back
Now, what is the timeline in terms of, like, does SpaceX have a multiple stage timeline, like a timeline for incorporating the Dragon crew, and then a timeline for the Starhopper, and then a timeline for additional projects in the future? Like, is he thinking along these lines of, like, with like charted out progress?
Oh yeah. He's in fact he measures pretty much every major decision by whether or not it brings a day when we have a self-sustainable colony on Mars sooner or later. That's the prism by which he makes every single decision he makes it through that prism.
Jesus.
Yeah. So he's got an idea, and he'll keep pushing, and he gives us aggressive timelines that we have to work to, and we work really hard to try to meet him. It's hard when you're doing stuff that's this complicated to predict exactly how long it's going to take. So we end up often falling a little bit behind, but we do our best.
That's the case though with everything that's that crazy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, especially Elon. He's never right in his predictions. All his wacky inventions, they're always a little off.
Yeah.
You know?
But he's so driven, and he's such a smart guy, and he's the most he's really the most driven person I think I've ever met. I'll give you a story to kind of illustrate it. Once, when I first got hired by SpaceX, we did an interview with 60 Minutes, and they interviewed Elon and myself, and Scott Pelley was the anchor. He talked to us, and he said to me, "Why did you leave NASA and come work for SpaceX? You had like the best gig in the world, going up on rockets and stuff. Why would you do that?" And I said, "Well, if you can go back in time and you were a young engineer and you had the opportunity to like get in on the ground floor and work with Howard Hughes when he was like doing all the crazy stuff he was doing in his day, wouldn't you want to be a part of that?" And Scott Pelley looked at me like with a deer in the headlights look, because I don't think he knew what I was talking about. But I was like, but then I realized as soon as I said that, like, oh my God, I just made a terrible strategic error. I compared my boss to Howard Hughes. Things didn't end up that well for Howard.
He went crazy, right?
He went kind of crazy. He
washed his hands too much.
Germaphobe. He was peeing in jars, and like his fingernails grew out like.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh no, I really kind of stepped in it, right? So, you don't want to say that about the boss,
right?
So it took a while. It was like months later. We were driving in a rental car, just the two of us, in Florida. We had a meeting at NASA, and we were driving back to the airport to get on his airplane to come back to LA. And I'm driving the car. He's sitting in the passenger seat, and I said, "Hey, boss, remember that time we're on TV and I compared you to Howard Hughes? I just want you to know I was comparing you to the young, dashing, starlit, dating Howard Hughes, not the old, decrepit, peeing in jars, fingernail guy."
It's all about the timeline. Yeah.
And I was, and all I got back was silence. And now I'm really scared, right? And I'm sitting there, like, waiting for him to say something. And Elon will do this. And he did this on your show, right? He kind of, like, if you pose to him a serious question, he'll consider it. And he'll kind of go into this, like, almost like a trance. He'll stare off into space, and you can see the wheels turn. And he's, like, focusing all of his intellect, which is considerable, on this one question. And that's what was happening. So I waited. And then he turned back to me and he said, "Garrett, I don't think it's an apt comparison." I said, "Oh, okay. Good. Why? I'm curious, why do you think that?" And he said, "Well, none of Howard's designs, as brilliant as they were, ended up really changing the way we live our lives. So we don't send, like he made the Spruce Goose, which is an incredible airplane. It was all wood, trying to solve the problem during the war of rationing. He said, we don't send our goods across the oceans in giant wooden airplanes. We don't do that. The H-1 Racer was a beautiful airplane, but it was a one-off. It never really led to a large designs that changed the way people live their lives. So that was his objection, was not that like I was comparing him to some creep, but that it's really important to him to have the legacy of drastically impacting the way all of us live our lives, so kind of the way Steve Jobs did or others that really moved the ball downfield for humanity. That's what's driving him.
He's such an unusual human. I mean, there's very few people that you could make any kind of rational comparison to other than maybe Nikola Tesla. Will you really stop and think what he's done?
Yeah.
And the fact that he does them all simultaneously, that he's involved in the Boring Project, he's involved in Tesla and SpaceX all simultaneously, and Tesla Home, solar, all the solar panels and the making solar tiles for roofs, and he's doing so many different things at the same time. It's almost impossible. Like, I don't understand how he does it.
Yeah, I've seen him do it, and I still don't understand it. You know, it's like I've kind of burned myself out just trying to do one of those things.
Yeah.
He does all of them, and I mean, he does have all the advantages of wealth, which helps. You know, so like he'll have meetings with us, and he'll walk out of his last meeting, and he'll walk across the street to Hawthorne Airport, hop on his jet, and he's at Palo Alto in a couple hours, and he could be first thing in the morning at Tesla.
Right.
He's got a staff that helps him, and you know he's got those advantages. But he that isn't in any way describe what he, or that doesn't explain why he's able to do what he does. I don't know how he does it, to be honest.
Well, he's the next stage of humanity.
Yeah.
If people are evolving, he's like looking at us from the next spot. He's like, hey guys, I've got some ideas.
Yeah, I mean, he's just an idea factory, and what's really remarkable to me is the breadth of his knowledge. I mean, I've met a lot of super smart people, but they're usually super smart on one thing. And he's able to have conversations with our top engineers about the software and, you know, the most arcane aspects of that. And then he'll turn to our manufacturing engineers and have discussions about some really esoteric welding process for some crazy alloy. And he'll just go back and forth. And his ability to do that across all the different technologies that go into rockets and cars and everything else he does, that's what
Well, also the lack of burnout, because he's been doing it at this incredible rate, 16 hours a day, for how long?
his whole life, I think.
That's nuts.
You know?
And he's still hungry for it. I mean, he's still taking on these new projects and new ideas.
I see you've performed enough. Here is your usual. Now, perhaps the time of the true ruler of this manor, Lord Rykard. The Erd Tree blessed the Tarnished with grace, but it was all too meager in the face of the enormity of their task. The Tarnished were forced to scavenge, squabbling for crumbs, like the Shard-bearers vying for power in the wake of the Shattering. Our Lord, indignant, has refused to scurry about, fighting over what miserly scraps they allow us. If the Erd Tree, and indeed the very gods, would debase us so, then we are willing to raise the banner of resistance, even if it means heresy. We at the Volcano Manor, under Lord Rykard, have sworn no rest until it is done. If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. The Lord's visits with our champions are always a spectacle. It cannot come a day too soon. If you follow this, it cannot... If you follow this, it cannot come...
this. You're new, but if you complete the request, relax. Go on, break a leg. Hello again.
that was a nice, like a bit of home. That, you know, like I would play the radio broadcast while I was working, and then just in the background. And so to feel like, hear the crack of the bat, and it's kind of like you're in space, but you still kind of connected up.
That seems like something that would go on in a movie.
Yeah.
Like some guy who's working on a spaceship in the movie who's listening to a baseball game. Oh, shit!
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, doesn't that?
Yeah.
That really does seem very like some classic George Clooney movie about space.
Yeah.
You know?
It's real.
Yeah. Wow, man. Dude, how weird is that? That was so surreal. You were that guy up there with a laptop.
Yeah. I mean, and like Battlestar, I'm watching Battlestar, and like now I'm in the final season, and they're like finding Earth. I'm like, wait,
you're in a spaceship. How many people have watched Battlestar Galactica while in a spaceship? How many people watch that?
Well, my commander was watching it too, so at least two. But so they ask you, like, are there any celebrities who like to chat with, like, or whatever, and go out and get them for you, kind of arouse those things.
Oh, wow.
And so I said, I want to talk to Ron Moore and David Icke. Oh, the creators of Battlestar. So we had this great Skype session.
Wow.
It was so cool. And that's why, before I was going to mention this, when we were talking about, you know, science fiction and science fact, and how this crazy feedback loop, like, you got to think about it first. Like, you go back and look at 2001, you see these guys using nanobots. In 1968 that movie came out. And you know Steve Jobs saw that and said, I'm going to make one, right? And so there's this crazy, like, interplay between fiction and fact. And I got to talk to Ron Moore about all this. And then he invited me to come on the set for the final episode of Battlestar. Wow. And you're not supposed to, like, the first 30 days you're back from a long duration mission. You're not supposed to, like, go in. And I'm like, look, they're only going to shoot this once, you know. It's 2 weeks from now, I'm going. And the last time I checked, this is a free country. You're not going to stop me. So I went, and I went all the way up to Vancouver. And I got to go to the set, and then on the cast, and I got to be a focus puller. The camera guy got to do the sticks, you know. Oh, wow. They just had a laugh. And then they made me an extra of the Columbia plane in the back of the ship that gets blown up.
I'm sure that show was super
Yeah.
I don't think people appreciate it enough, because it was on Sci-Fi. It's not the most popular network, and it's also a pretty cool classic show, so maybe it has like a distinct to it, but that was so much better than the first version of it. It's a great fucking show.
It's really intense.
Yeah. It's really, really well made. Like everything about it. The plot, acting, it's sensational.
Yeah.
It's my favorite sci-fi show.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's blasphemy for Star Trek fans.
Yeah. It's really good.
I mean, you couldn't have it without Star Trek. You couldn't have it without the original Battlestar Galactica. But, you know,
yeah, they all kind of build on each other. And that's what, so there's Ron went off and did Outlander after that.
Oh.
And now he came in one day, he called me up and says, got this new idea. Can I come by and get together and maybe I can bounce the idea off of you? And I'm like, yeah. So he came to SpaceX and I gave him a tour of the place, and then we sat down in the cafe. And he said, okay, so I'm thinking about doing a show about NASA back in like the 70s. It'd be kind of like the period piece. It'd be kind of like we'd have a cast of characters that they're all working on Apollo. And it would be true to real life, but it would be the drama of people behind the scenes. So that's pretty cool. Because, yeah, I'm also playing around with this slight to a set where we use an alternate reality. And in this alternate reality, things, we started at that point, but things turned out different. And we started talking about like how close the Russians were to actually beating us, which not a lot of people know about. But when I was over there in Moscow, I got to see actually they have a warehouse where they still have their lunar lander. They were really working hard on it. So we started thinking, well, what if the Russians got there first? What would America do? How would things be different today if that seminal moment of being on the bus, stepping out on the moon, was instead, let's say, going on cosmonaut, right? And I was like, that is freaking genius. I mean, that was like I thought I wanted to see that show. That was like a great premise. And he pitched that to Apple, and they bought it. And then he called me up and said, you want to work on the show? I'm like, yeah.
So what is your role?
I'm a technical consultant. one of a couple. We have a couple other people that help out too. But I get involved in like everything. So I was in the writer's room working on basic ideas and sketching out like multiple seasons and character arcs and all that kind of stuff. And then I get all the scripts and I read them all. I keep notes on the scripts and then they come to the set. There's the cast and I give them suggestions about like how to look real when they're in space. And then I like work with the VFX guys. I work with the stunt team. I get phone calls with the hair and makeup people. Like, what do ladies do with their hair? They have long hair. They do space. Like, guy, but if I can ask a friend, right? So that's just so much fun for me. It's like, you know how like you get paid a whole lot of money, you go to fantasy baseball camp, and like you get to like have batting practice with the Dodgers or something, and they humor you because you paid a lot of money. Well, it's kind of like that. I keep waiting for them to say like, okay, the fun is over, get out of here, get back to your day job, you know. But I'm like,
that's wild. So how much directing do you have? How much do you get this script? That's supposed to happen. That you can't do that. That's not.
It depends, and every production's different. The nice thing about For All Mankind is they really, really want to get it right. I've worked on other projects where they say they want to get it right, but then they completely fuck it. And you know, I'm okay with that because harsh. Yeah. And at the end of the day, like I said to some of my students, like nobody goes to see the movie for the For All Mankind.
Sure. Yeah. But it's hard if you're an expert in something. Watching too much stuff. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like, for me, martial arts movies do dumb shit. You know, or if I watch a movie about a player and I can tell a guy can't really play football, I'm good with that. So for you, when you're watching something like Gravity, right? That was a big one. Neil deGrasse Tyson. He hated that.
I liked it. The problem is now that I have the job, now I'm getting more persnickety about it.
I'm sure.
Now I'm watching it like, Gravity, the air, like when I first saw Gravity, I loved it. It was a good story.
of ice sheets covering North America, Europe, and lots of other enormous changes. Beyond that is what I consider to be deep history. Because, as we may have talked about in our last interview, we modern humans have been on this planet for 150 to 200,000 years, at least. If we go back, say, I think the oldest modern human skeleton ever found was named Homo adultus, and he dates to about 180,000 years. If we think of a generation of humans as 25 years, that's 7,000 generations of humans. Right? Now, so the question is, what were we doing for all those thousands of generations until somebody finally realized, hey, you know what? We could plant crops. We can, we could build cities. We can form communities. We can invent language, et cetera, et cetera. Well, my contention is, and I think the evidence that's accumulating supports this interpretation, that what we're really seeing 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 years ago is not the origins of civilization, but the rebooting of civilization. You see what I'm saying? And when we go back and we realize that modern history is separated from deep history by this extraordinary series of events that transpired between about 11 and 13 or 14,000 years ago, once we begin to recognize how extreme these events were in remodeling our planet, totally remodeling our planet, it then becomes obvious to us why there is not a lot of hard evidence for whatever prior to these events.
There's been some things that they've found since then that have really sort of made Graham Hancock's theories become more and more palatable to mainstream science. Why do people go back to
find out the most recent ideas on it. I think that probably they go back much more. Because from what Graham told me, they're just only in the preliminary stages of being excavated. So
really, Quebec is less than 10%.
Yeah, right? Yeah. So this enormous room that appears. idea. I never played here. Age. I told your age. What about here when she said that she's 13? Zachary, don't be like this. I have a picture of your penis right here that you sent to a 13-year-old girl, all right? We are going to get your license plate. Where you going? Think I never ran before? Is that what you think, Zachary? You're going to be a 13-year-old girl for sex.
As soon as he saw me there, I knew that wasn't what was going to happen. And he went ahead and made a run for it. And I changed it. And I got that license plate. What up, y'all? It's your boy Skeeter Gene back at you with some more Predator pasta. Today we've got a spicy one for you. This local adult league softball player just got caught trying to meet up with a 13-year-old girl. Now, I've actually been trying to catch this guy for over 6 months at this point. I first came across him on a decoy account back in October, then again on another decoy account in November, I believe, and just recently here in the past couple of months, he's talked another one of those decoy accounts. So altogether, in the past 8 months or so, he was talking sexually to multiple 3 minors. I actually recently put out a clip of the catch here on my Instagram about a week ago, and the softball team found out about it pretty quickly, and I'm pretty sure they're going to kick him off the team. So Zachary softball team, if you have a new position open, I'm a pretty good catcher. So that's fine. Now, I don't know what was driving Zachary to keep talking to these miners this whole time? I don't know. He acknowledged that he could get in trouble for it, so maybe he wasn't seeing things very clearly. I couldn't tell you. Speaking of not seeing things very clearly, this video is actually sponsored by GlassesUSA.com. So you see these glasses I'm wearing right now? Yeah, they're actually from GlassesUSA.com. I was going for that sort of Robert Kiyosaki look with these, so all of these ones. Love them. So by cutting out the middleman, GlassesUSA.com offers over 9,000 pairs. Glasses and sunglasses, including in-house brands like Muse and Amelia Earhart. They even have designer brands like Ray-Ban, and Gucci at up to 70% off the retail price. You can shop for all of your eyewear needs online at affordable prices, starting at only $30 for basic prescription lenses included. Without having to leave your home. When you shop online at GlassesUSA.com, you get a risk-free shopping experience. They offer 100% of your money if you're not completely satisfied, and free shipping and returns. Really can't go wrong. They even offer blue light glasses, which help reduce eye strain and headaches. Now, I use these quite frequently when I'm talking to these predators on the apps. They really get the hang of it. Or maybe glasses aren't really your thing. Well, they even offer contact lenses up to 25% off. GlassesUSA.com even offers a virtual try-on tool on their website, which really helps you find the glasses for you. I used it to fit my pairs, and it's very helpful. So now I'm going to show you guys a few of the pairs of glasses that I picked up at GlassesUSA.com. Here we have the Rebel Royals in the purple color. That's a lot. Description as well. Purple's my favorite color, so went ahead and went with these guys. These here are the Muse M Moderns in the tortoise color. Very, very foxy, as you can see there. And last but not least, we have the Rebel Crunch Times in blue. If you're in the market for a new pair of specs or contact lenses, be sure to head down to the links in the description below to check out GlassesUSA.com. Thank you so much to GlassesUSA.com for sponsoring this episode. Now, back to the video. Okay, so this here is our boy Zachary. He's an all-star local softball player on the Dolphins down here around the Michigan area. As you can see here, he is a full bearded stud with a nice set of pretty blue eyes. Looks like a real lady killer to me. Probably, every woman's dream right here. Here we have a picture of him. So right off the bat here, girl was she's 13. She's and here he says, so right off the bat, girl 13, is that man? He says, yeah. So how are you that old? There's no way. You look like you're 23. And then here he says, I just don't want to get in trouble, so you better not tell me. And here he says, are you still a virgin? And here he
gentleman by the name of Trey with the decoy. Right now he's in the Walmart to meet a 13-year-old girl for sex, and I have him on the record of talking to 2 other decoys in the past, within the past 6 or 8 months or so. Those months being 13 and 14. He did get very graphic, and I do even have some chat logs here of him sending a full-blown pictures to his school from the 14-year-old girl back in, I want to say it was last year, There's gonna be a couple boys. We're just gonna get fucking drunk and fucking loaded.
messing with you. This is yours.
Nobody. And I was like, how am I supposed to react?
I mean, can I have some? No. Did you have the sweet potato? Since. Oh, so no tip? You had this, and then they said something about ice cream. It's pretty good. Yeah. I mean, I just got a little taste of it. Is this your ice cream?
Yeah.
Oh, I like licked it.
I like the ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah, you trying to go get another one?
I mean, not really.
Bro, but you just ate the ice cream.
What do you want me to do? I have to get another one?
Yeah,
bro. What flavor you want? Oh, okay.
Nah, bro. Go get the new one.
Damn.
Go down there and buy it, get a new one.
I'm just fucking with y'all. His is in the bag. Yours is in the bag. I'm just fucking with y'all. This is for his video. Yeah. And then they had the spicy chickens. Yeah, that was spicy chicken.
You just bit the sandwich one?
Yeah, I was just making sure it was spicy chicken just to get the order right.
You bit the sandwich to make sure they got the order right.
Mm-hmm. I'm not first day on the job.
Okay, yeah, we just send them out. You can't just take a bite of the sandwich, man.
I can't taste test it just to make sure you guys are satisfied with the order?
Nah, man, you like it.
Oh, that's fine. Alright, so we just drove away or whatever, so he actually texted us, where he's like, can I give my dasher a tip? And then he also asked for the cash app. So, that being said, you gotta go on to make more money and get more tips. Eat their food. Like, the smallest thing, eat it, devour it, and you'll get like $10 tip. Okay, give him a fucking pocket for your name. Nah, test it though, test it. Let me know. And the name was Carla, right?
to be able to actually absorb one of the hits. Once you revive the big bull dude, he's gonna start shooting arrows up.